Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2025 Handgun World Shoot held in beautiful South Africa. We've got quite a big program for you today. We're stepping up the game a little bit. We've got Taz here with us from CR Speed that we're going to be doing a little interview with in a minute. And then in about half an hour or so, we're going to have Alex Chang, who's the regional director with Brazil, coming and visiting with us. We're going to bring you more of these interviews a little bit over the course of the next couple of weeks. Shannon Smith has also joined us today. He's not here at this moment, but he's going to be with us a little bit later, and he's going to be running some of these interviews. So, big lineup. So, Taz, let's talk a little bit about you guys. I've known you for, gosh, must be 20 years now, something like that.
Quite possibly, time flies.
Yeah. Welcome to our little booth and our live broadcast.
Thanks very much for having us.
Yeah, Taz is actually our first interview that we're doing with one of the sponsors, but it's a privilege to have you here, and it's a privilege to actually be here in your home country. So you're actually from here, right?
Yes, I am. Born and raised South African.
Yeah, born and raised South African. So obviously Taz has CR Speed. It's actually his dad's company. Taz says he just works there, but Taz is the real guy that does all the scenes. Dad just drives Ferraris. That's his pastime. Very cool family. Known all of them for many years, and I miss your mom. You know, your mom was
also... Yes, she was great. She was sort of well known in the IPSC community. People speak about her a lot. Yeah.
So Taz, obviously this is you must have done a bunch of these world shoots by now, right?
This is currently this is our 11th world shoot that we're sponsors of. Our first being, I believe it was 1993 Bisley, UK, and then all the subsequent ones. So we haven't skipped sponsoring a world shoot since '93. So this is the 11th.
That's amazing. And that's also world shoots that are traveling, where you've actually got to go to other countries.
Yes. So many of the first ones my parents traveled to, but we've been at every single one of them.
Yeah. And for those of you who go to SHOT Show, they have a booth, a long-standing booth at SHOT Show as well. You can go visit with them. We always go hang out there and chat and talk a little bit about SHOT Show just really briefly. So how does SHOT Show work out for you guys? Is it worth it? It's a long way for you to travel and take gear.
We haven't done SHOT for a couple of years now. I think the downturn was kind of 2020, but SHOT was very good for us in the past to kind of get established, show your products to a wide audience of potential users, whether they be resellers or actual end users that are involved with action shooting sports, because that's our main market, and then obviously attending matches and stuff like that.
Yeah. COVID kind of put a damper on a lot of that, and it hasn't really totally recovered.
Yes, I think 2020 was our last shot, and that was the beginning of the of all the drama. So yeah.
So while we're doing this, of course, you guys are going to see we have one camera out there right now shooting some of the stages. We're going to be looking for, I think we're on stage 10 at the moment. And we're going to be trying to follow. We had some comments from people saying, can we try and follow more of the Americans? And yes, we're obviously trying to do that. This is this Bo Gibbons? Yep, this is Bo Gibbons shooting. We'll see if we can pull up his results here a little bit. We're still working on the stats. For those of you who dialed in yesterday, and by the way, thank you. Yesterday was an amazing day for us. Super busy, a lot of views and a lot of people following, and we got a lot of comments during the night. So I'm very, very happy about that. Thank you. It means a lot to us. Take a look at this while Bo is shooting the stage. Bo, of course, from California.
I'll get right over there.
He didn't. We lost that signal. So, as you guys are aware, yesterday we're still not allowed to walk onto the stage. We're only allowed to shoot the stage from the back of the stage at this point. I see he's sneaking in there, so I'm sure we'll get yelled at. But we're working on that. We're trying to get permission to be more on the stages. They kind of made a standard rule. Nobody's allowed on the stage unless you're shooting or on deck. but we're working on that. So Taz, let's come back to you. So as a sponsor of, as you said, 11 world shoots, what do you guys look for in a world shoot? I mean, we all know you already by now, so it's just basically what?
When you say what do we look for?
So what do you look for at a match? Because it's like Coca-Cola. Why does Coca-Cola still spend money on advertising?
I think IPSC or action shooting sports, so let's say gun culture is kind of just that. It's a culture. There's lots of different people that are brought together by an interest in a particular thing, and IPSC shooters from all around the world, you can see them 10 years down the line, and you recognize them. So it's a kind of a community thing, and I think people are drawn to that.
They're always looking for things too, right? New products. So what's your product line? Obviously, you do holsters.
Holsters, yes. I think our first product was basically the holster, the CO Speed holster, and we've been producing that since '93. That's been through many different iterations. Belts, magazine pouches, and other accessories in the IPSC kind of field markets.
Yep. So in the US, you have a distributor out there, right? A couple actually.
We have I would say our three major distributors are Shooters Connection, Ben Stuger Pro Shop, and Speed Shooters in California. Some of them might sell to other guys in the industry as resellers. Yes. And then we also sell direct from our website.
What's your website?
It's www.crspeed.co.za.
Awesome. Yeah, just a quick shout out to Shooters Connection, seeing as Taz brought that up. I want to thank Shooters Connection for all the help they gave us with our ammunition shipment. I know it didn't work out. We weren't able to finally pull it off, and we had to Shooters Connection giving us their space and letting us stockpile there. Taz, you've got a lot of the big boy shooters shooting for you, right? Your biggest name?
Well, the longest running shooter that it's very difficult because we don't want to bruise any egos now, but but is Eric Graffel, who's 9 times world champion. We've had a relationship with Eric since end of '99, beginning of 2000. So he's a great guy. He's very approachable, and what more can you say? You know,
I don't think you're going to bruise anybody's ego. Graffel is in another world of his own. You know, I mean, the guy's won just about everything that's out there. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Eric Graffel is going to be joining us. I think he flies in tomorrow, if I remember correctly. Eric is a big part of our production. He's actually one of the people that's been advising and helping me with this. And when we start doing this over in Europe, next year, we're going to be, Eric's going to be part of that as well. I really appreciate him. I mean, the guy is super busy. He has everybody in the world chasing him, but he's always got time for us. And I told a story the other day with this ammunition situation we're dealing with, that Eric called me up a couple of mornings ago, and he said, hey, I know you're having problems with ammunition. He says, I'll put you in touch with my guy. I want to make sure that the production optics team, JJ, is taken care of. And I was like, Eric, you're trying to beat JJ for the world championship, But that's how he is.
Yes, I think there's a lot of camaraderie in our sport. Even though it's a very, very competitive sport, there is a lot of camaraderie. No one wants to see anyone else fail. We all want each other. Yeah, we all want each other to be the best we can be.
Eric wants to win, knowing JJ had a fair shot, right? Or some of the others. We've got a lot of production optics shooters that are shooting JJ, and obviously Jacob is also shooting production optics. We're going to go through some of these teams here over the next couple of days once we get a little bit more streamlined. But it's going to be awesome to see them all shooting together.
Yes, it's going to be something.
Yeah. Taz, when you guys show up at matches, obviously your product is out there. A lot of people are already shooting your product and so forth. What do you look for in a shooter? If a shooter comes here and says, I want you to sponsor me, what do you look for as a sponsor? This is something that always happens, right? Every shooter out there, even the new guys, like, I want to get sponsored. What do you as a sponsor look for before you actually do that?
Excuse me. Well, we get I think all equipment manufacturers probably get approached with sponsorship requests on a fairly regular basis, and unfortunately, none of us can fill all of those requests all of the time. Sometimes it's just a feeling. People don't necessarily have to be the top. From my own personal perspective, people don't necessarily have to be the top guy. I appreciate people that have skin in the game, that put effort in, that are polite, that have a, how could you put it, that
have a good demeanor.
Exactly.
It represents your brand, right?
Correct. That's that I think is a very important aspect. The best guy, if the best guy in the world was not approachable, he wouldn't necessarily be the best fit for us.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll say what Taz doesn't want to say. We have some real A-type people in our sport, and they can be a little hot-headed on occasion.
Yeah.
So that's obviously not something you're looking for, even if they're a phenomenal shooter, right?
Correct. Yeah. It's got to be a good balance. Yeah.
I understand that. So, are you shooting a match?
No.
No, because you're also a shooter,
not.
right?
Yes, I'm an occasional shooter. Not as active as I used to be. Always very tempting coming to a world shoot and seeing everyone having fun and knowing that I'm working. I really don't mind though. I'm quite happy to assist people that use our equipment. I want them to continue to use our equipment. So if they're having an issue with anything, I'm happy to help set up or iron things out. It's to help them have the best match that they can have.
That's fantastic. Well, we really appreciate you being such a long sponsor of the sport. I've been shooting Taz's gear on probably, I don't know, 15 years. Still have your holster. My holster is probably like 5 years old. I'm not hinting at Taz here, I'm just saying. And it still runs great. We've looked at some other things, and I still really enjoy shooting. It's a very simple thing. There's nothing to really go wrong, etc. And that's a good thing.
Strange thing, I actually ran into some friends of ours from the Philippines, and they showed me their rigs, and they've had the exact same rigs for 20 years, which is
really?
They're a couple of models behind, but they're happy with them and don't want to change. And they said, let me do you a little bit of an upgrade, change out some parts. No, leave it alone. It works fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Which makes me happy.
That's awesome. The Filipinos are a crazy shooting community, aren't they?
I think they've got to be the country, quite possibly, that embraces firearms and shooting sports more than anyone else. Possibly. Yeah. No offense to Americans, but the Filipinos are very, very pro-gun, I suppose.
Yeah, they are.
America and
they've got
Philippines, yeah.
And they've got some kids. I mean, Khalil, if you've ever seen Khalil shoot, I remember, he destroys everybody. I mean, he's just incredible. Yeah. I remember seeing him shoot in Greece last year. Okay. I was walking past the stage, and he was shooting a stage. He was shooting standard. And he was shooting like we shoot open guns, like bap, 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 and I was like, well, that looks super fast, but I wonder if he hit anything. Yeah. He had all A's on the entire stage. So. All right, so I'm being told by our directors that Shannon is out there with the camera. So we're going to head out to Shannon on stage for the first time. This is our first time actually going live to the stage.
Okay. Hey guys, Shannon Smith here, 2025 World Shoot from the U.S. team. We're on stage 16, which is a 32-round long course. I just got to the range yesterday, so I haven't really seen a lot of the stages yet. Here today, kind of check them out, get some practice in. Watched a couple of people shoot this one. There's not a lot of long courses in a World Championship, so if you're from the U.S., we're used to these big courses all the time. Here, there's not many of them, so they're very important. You're going to have your higher hit factors generally. You're going to have your higher point values generally. So it's the ones you really want to concentrate on and get a good look at. There's also shorter walkthrough times in these matches than we're used to. So the big stages matter in that regard. So you want to get there and check them out and have a good plan. So watch a couple people shoot it. There's some shooting on the move. There's some medium distance steel. And it looks like a pretty good all-around test and one of the more fun stages that I've seen so far. So looking forward to trying it out this week. Okay. That's all I got.
Well, that's great. So you literally just saw live us switching over to a roaming camera. We were working on that this morning. We're going to be doing more of that, and it sounded a little soft. We might have to bump the volume a little bit on that, but we'll figure these things out. That's why we're streaming the pre-match, and obviously by the end of the pre-match, actually we should be good by tomorrow. It's great to have Shannon on board to get a different take. Those of you who know Shannon from the US knows he's brutally honest. I hold my breath sometimes when I'm talking to Shannon, but he's a phenomenal guy at analyzing stages. And as he pointed out, and this is something that's typical of IPSC, a lot of short and medium courses in this game. And everybody kind of discounts them because they're not that important, but there's some stages here that are 2 and 3 hit factors. So, you know, it's you're pretty used to that.
I think the idea is always the balance, you know, whatever the ratio is, long, medium, and short. I haven't had a good look at the course of fire here, but I believe that this is quite a fast match. But as a shooter, you'll know as well. If it's a quick stage, you can only go as fast as you can go without the wheels coming off. So you can't miss fast enough. So
that's exactly right. You know, can we switch over to stats really quickly? I want to show what they were just talking about there now. So if you have a look on stats, so this is something we're going to be showing you guys. These are the top hit factors. They actually created this so that we could broadcast this, and it gives us a chance to see. You're seeing 25 of the 30 stages. I'll roll down. Yeah, Taz is showing me Christopher's name. I'm going to be in trouble with Christopher. That's a whole other story. But you can actually see. So you've got the 6 divisions. This is a rolling screen, so it goes back and forth. And when we go to break, we're actually going to leave this monitor up. So we can't broadcast nonstop. We've got to give the crew time. We've only got 2 cameramen here, and they need a break every now and again. And we need to do technical things. But we're going to stream the scores that you're seeing there now. We're going to keep that streaming. So obviously, it's 6 divisions. You just saw the other revolver, etc. Now you've got open, standard, production across the top. You've got the stage numbers down the left-hand side. And this is the top shooter for the match on a particular stage. So you can see what Taz just pointed out now. And Christopher is also one of the CR speed shooters. He shoots, he has a different holster now. He's shooting the new holster that Eric Steiner developed. But Christopher still loves all the mag pouches that Taz and them have. Just total true transparency here. But if you look at the stage hit factors, that's really what I'm getting at. And when this rolls back up to the open, you'll see. So on stage 1, there's a 6.6. That's the fastest or the highest hit factor for the entire match so far. If you look at stage 4, Christopher has a 9.2. Stage 3 is Gregory. It's also an American. In the future, we're hoping that these will actually show the different regions. I'm talking to Bellino about this, and they're adjusting these things. So right now, at a quick glance, I think I see Christopher is winning 3 of the 12 stages he shot. He shot 2 days, so he shot 12 stages.
Wow.
So it's really cool to see that. Yeah, the problem I'm going to have with Christopher is we're not supposed to have anybody in the pre-match that's a top shooter. Okay. But the way that our qualification system worked in the States, he didn't qualify for a main match slot. So he ended up in the pre-match. Later on, when we got additional main match slots, it was too late to change it. And also, because he's my son, I didn't want anyone saying, well, you're moving your son up to the main match, you know, etc. But it's pretty cool to see him shoot. I saw him shoot this morning a couple of times, and it's really cool. If you look at standard, you see Sam Brown is in there. He's winning stage 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 22, and 24. So Sam Brown is killing it. Scott Fabian is one of your shooters, isn't it?
Yep.
Scott's South African. Scott's got stage 9, 10, 11, 12 in Classic. And Jerry Westcott, the new Area 1 director, upcoming. Jerry Westcott from the USA is winning stage 1. So this is really cool. We get to see what it is. We'll talk more about this when we're on there, especially when we have Shannon around. But one of the things that I always tell people is you walk up to a stage, you should know what the high hit factor is on that stage before you shoot it, because it determines, do you take that extra shot? Do you make up something? And something at Bellino, this is stats, IPSC. So one of the things, IPSC is very supportive of what we're doing here. Vitale and Bellino and their crew are very much behind this, which has made it a lot easier for me, and they've encouraged us and so on. And they're also doing a lot of feedback. We're literally meeting 2-3 times a day, going through some things, etc. And one of the things they've added, which I'm going to show you in the next session, is they've added where if you shoot extra shots on a stage, we'll be able to see that. They're going to give us a summary of extra shots, because when we're scoring, a lot of times the score will show you shot, say, let's say it's a 12-round stage, you've shot 14. We want to know, like, where can we find those quickly, because there's some people shoot a lot of extra shots, so we can analyze the difference in that. I know that's not... So here's Brazil, stage 20. Remember I said a second ago, we're going to have the regional director, Alex Chang, from Brazil up here in a few minutes. We'll tell him that we were showing one of his shooters. It's a true international broadcast, even though we're obviously an American team that are running this. We're going to show everybody. That's just how this works. As the cameras find positions and so forth, and as we get better and better. We're unfortunately not able to get cameras out on the stages, fixed cameras. It's just not that capability right now, but we'll do the best we can with what we've got. Taz, anything else you want to chat about?
Just basically say to everyone, seeing as this is our home country, you know, welcome to South Africa, and hope you guys have a great time here. Enjoy the match, enjoy the country.
Yep, and you all get us some good weather for us.
Weather's great.
Yeah.
It can be a little hot, but better that than rainy and cold.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we appreciate you coming by.
Thank
we
you
also
for having
appreciate all the work you've done, because you've been a huge supporter of IPSC and USPSA over the years. I should mention that, not just IPSC. A lot of people at USPSA shooting CR Speed gear. And as a friend, appreciate you and everything you guys and your family, your mom and dad. Your mom passed away, obviously, but your dad, and also your wife. I don't want to forget her.
No problem. Yeah. Shout out to Marsha.
Yeah, Marsha. Marsha does a lot of work. All the women run our lives behind the scenes, right?
That's right.
So thank you again.
Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. So I think... Well, good morning again, everybody. We are coming to you live from the 2025 Handgun Championships held in Klerksdorp, South Africa. And with me, I have Alex Chang. Alex Chang is from Brazil. He's the regional director. He's going to be spending some time with us. We get some questions that we're going to ask him. He's going to tell us a little bit about that. And just before I forget, we're going to be breaking in about 40 minutes from now for lunch, because it's obviously 10 to 11 here in South Africa right now. And so we'll be out for a little while after that, and then we'll come back and we'll show you some more stages. But obviously, while Alex and I are chatting, we're still going to show you some stages coming to you from the match. We had some technical issues that we had to go deal with down there, and where we're allowed to stand. And just in case we haven't told you that enough, the cameras right now, we're not being allowed onto the stage. This is stage 15 that you're watching right now. If you guys want to follow along, you can go to the website, the main South African website. Just put in, search for World Shoot or South Africa or 2025 Handgun World Shoot, and you'll find it. And you can actually load the stages from there as well. So Alex, let's talk a little bit about your origin. You've been doing this a long time, right? We've known each other quite a few years.
Yes, I actually was born in Taiwan and then grew up in Brazil, and then I actually did my high school and college and grad school in the U.S. and also worked over there for many years. So I lived in the U.S. for about 20 years, and so I shot USPSA for many years from 2002 to about 2010. Grew up shooting with the California boys. Casey, I knew Casey when he was a little kid, shooting as an infant almost. Many of the shooters, and it was nice, nice experience. And so I actually practiced and shot in the U.S. for quite a while. I was top 15 in Oregon, I think, in 2003 or 2004, something like that. So
wow.
Top 15 in the limited at the time, and then I moved back to Brazil for business reasons, for work, and so I've been shooting since then, and recently been regional director twice, once, and then I came back and I'm at it again, and it's a nice good thing to do for the sport. We actually work for the sport. We don't get paid or anything like that, and do it for the love of the sport. And it's a lot of work, non-compensated, but there's a lot of good feeling about it. So that's a little bit of my background.
That's awesome. That's good. I actually didn't even know some of those things. And shooting with Casey, he was 11 when he first started shooting. He's the youngest grandmaster we've ever had in the sport. I believe he was 12 when he became a grandmaster, something like that, isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Casey's not here at the World Shoot, unfortunately. Well, I'm happy for both him and Jesse. They just felt that their baby was too young to travel, and so they backed out, which is a pity, because Casey and Jesse were out here last year at this range and did really well. But anyway, we hope they're doing great back there. So let's go back to your experience. So obviously you were introduced to shooting at through USPSA, right?
I'm actually a life member of USPSA. So
awesome.
Since I think I joined. A few years after I joined, I decided I want to be a life member. So I'm actually a life member for
That's
USPSA.
Great. Well, we appreciate the support. When you were shooting, you shoot just standard division?
No, actually I started in the standard division, and then I went to open division, and then production came around, and then I shot production for a little while, and then I went back to open, and now I'm shooting. I actually started. I had my limited gun, my standard limited guns, and now we're getting old, and we need glasses and we need dots, and I didn't want to get a new gun to shoot production optics. Actually, I shot a Taurus and a Taurus TS9, and actually shot the Pan American in the U.S. in 2021.
I think 2021, 22.
21, 22. So I shot, and I won, senior PO, and actually that was light. The other in IPSC they had the production optics light, which I don't know why they had it. I wasn't around when they approved it. I didn't see a reason for it. It actually died. It's been canceled. So so I saw the need for a dot in the standard gun. So in 2022, when in Thailand, I actually proposed the standard optics new division, and unfortunately, it didn't pass. I think mainly small countries didn't want another new division, and so they voted against it. But at that time, Eaming was the regional director for USPSA, and he was at the meeting, and he said, well, you know, actually, USPSA has been thinking about that, and I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna talk to the board and see if they'll propose it again. And actually, I'm glad that he went back and he got it. The board approved, the USPSA approved limited optics, which has become a success story. And so we're trying to bring back not standard optics, but optics. So optics, it's gonna go. It's a proposed for the General Assembly coming Saturday, and we hope to get it approved. But then there's two proposals now, and standard optics, which has a box and major power factor, and optics is just like limited optics in the USPSA, no box, 140 magazine, minor only, and that's the proposal that I think it's gonna win. So hopefully Saturday we get that approved, and IPSC will have optics, which is basically the same as limited optics, and I think that's great for the shooting community internationally, because if you're American, you're shooting limited optics, you don't need to do any change to your gun. And you can just go take your gun, your gear, except for the, you know, we have to work on the belt, on the holster placement, which is something that I wanted to work on, but I think IPSC is kind of reluctant to let go of that, of the positioning. But I think eventually, hopefully, we can change it, and yeah, it's just be like in the USPSA where you can leave whatever you want. And it makes it a lot easier for shooters. I don't see the reason for have to be behind the hip bone and stuff like that. So
yeah, that's actually a really interesting thing for those of you who don't know. Because remember, we've got a lot of people watching the broadcast that are very new to this and probably don't really understand the differences. In USPSA, we've started allowing people to basically put your gun anywhere, right?
Right.
It was based on some people's size and comfort level and various things. And a lot of people just, like myself, I don't think it really matters. I mean, I think the top guys are going to draw from the front or from the side or behind the hip or in front. They're going to be just as fast as what they were, no matter where the position is.
Right.
And it also means that more people can do it because they don't have to keep changing things around, right? So that's a big thing. Let's talk about some of those differences. You know, you guys use the box a lot in, you know, obviously for standard. You want to go to no box in optics, right?
yeah,
It's one more thing to add to equipment check.
Yeah, I think the box. For many of you that are not familiar with the box, it's the reason behind is to limit the size of the gun. So IPSC back then didn't want as people show up with like 6-inch barrels, huge guns, and so they put the box to limit it, the size of the guns. And even with optics without the box, the rules committee was actually thinking about limiting the barrel size. They wanted to go 5-inch. I think most people are going to use 5-inch. Because that's the standard when you set up a gun, you're going to go 5-inch. And if you go with a box, you can even make it 5.5-inch still fit in the box, which I actually prepare my gun to fit in the box. So I actually got a 6-inch barrel and cut it to 5.5. So fit in the box, and it's not too big, but I don't see a point in limiting the size of the gun. I mean, most people that are competitive, they're not gonna have these huge guns, but that's the reason behind the box in IPSC.
And then your magazine length, you want to limit that to?
Yeah, because actually, in my mind, what I want is to make easier for everybody. Because if you in standard, you're gonna have to get either 126 millimeter and put a base pad so they fix in the box, or you get a 140 mag and you have to get go to a gunsmith to cut it so they fit in the box. But so why go through all that problem? For people that already have a standard gun or a limited gun and they want to go to optics, that's easy. That's no problem. They already have all the equipment. It's not going to change anything. And so the reason we did for 141, actually it's 140 plus a 1.5, so 141. So I basically copied the USPSA because that's the most available magazines around. And if you want to start in optics, it's easy for you to buy that. You don't have to go chase after 126 plus a base pad and then set it up. So I think that's the way to go. To make it easy, life easier for the shooters.
Yeah, I 100% support that. Simplifying the rules, especially equipment rules. Many people, you know, we had that issue with flashlights in the U.S. when we added flashlights to the production guns. And everyone's like, oh, you know, why are you doing that? I'm like, because there's a lot of tactical people that shoot with flashlights. And right now, back then, if they shot a flashlight, they got bumped to open. Whereas now they can shoot a flashlight or not. And then, some people are saying, well, you're going to have weight. They're going to weight the flashlight, so now it has to be a working flashlight. Well, I had a look at the next Nationals. There was not a single person shooting a production gun with a flashlight weighted so they could gain an advantage, you know. There's one or two people that have done that. So I think simplifying it, so that there's less to worry about. We really have a hard enough time keeping everybody, especially between the USPSA and the IPSC rules, keeping it in line, so keeping it simple. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's like behind the hip, front of the hip, same thing. Guns, the same thing. So
yeah, I think I truly I'm a believer that USPSA and IPSC should get together and start working on the rules and try to narrow it down. Make it. It's an international sport, and I think there has to be a give and take. And it's kind of like optics. If we approve optics, it's the same as limited optics in the U.S. So, and open division is the same. Limited is different, but I think eventually, limited is dying kind of. Even in with the started optics, limited optics. A lot of people are leaving limited to go to optics. So, and that's essentially, but. Life is miserable when you have to change all your gear to go to the national competition, and I think so. IPSC, I think we are trying to work that out and make it. As the new rules evolve, I think we need to get Leighton here, and we can change the rules in IPSC and also USPSA to kind of have a middle line,
Yep.
and we can meet somewhere and have the same rules for everybody.
Well, I'll tell you, my professional/regional director stance on this is if we can simplify things, I'm in favor of it. I absolutely believe we hurt ourselves by making these things more complicated. And I'm the one that gets the questions from people, especially when we're trying to build level 1 matches, and they're like, well, this gun is not, legal in IPSC. And I was like, well, that's fine, just shoot it. But then the higher up people in IPSC don't like us doing that, because then that person shoots a non-compliant gun in a level 1, then he shows up at a level 3 where he spent a lot of money to get there, and all of a sudden there's a problem. And we've actually had that happen to a couple of people that have come out here. Some of it their fault. They should have checked beforehand, but I've lent my big stick magazines, I've lent to somebody to shoot because his were a specific manufacturer that didn't make it, and he's like, well, we measured it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to make the gauge. You cannot arrive at a will shoot with magazines that are not up to the correct spec. I want to go back to one other thing as well that's a big discussion. So playing devil's advocate here for a second, because there are a lot of people, old-timers out there, that have a limited gun, standard gun, that want to just put a dot on the top and shoot that, right? But most of those guns are 40s, let's face it, right? Putting a dot on top of a 40 is very, very hard on the dots.
Yeah, that's why our proposal is just for minor.
Right.
I think IPSC wants to kind of like, they really reinforce the DVC, which in IPSC, which is power, accuracy, and speed, and so they want to keep the power part of that. And so when my first proposal in 2020, actually, I wanted no box and minor only. But I think the rules committee came back to me and said, well, if you don't put a box and you don't put a major power factor, we're not going to accept your proposal. So I actually ended up rewriting my proposal as standard optics, having a box and major power factor, and that didn't pass. So I actually a few months ago, some people approached me and they said, well, let's redo your proposal and let's just do optics, no box and minor only, and do a 140 magazine. I said, that's perfect, because that's what I actually wanted back in 2022, but I wasn't able to do that. And because I think the major site manufacturers are not able to guarantee that it's going to take a major power factor. So if you have a 40 and you shoot minor, I don't think that'll be a problem. I think it's, if you shoot a 135, 140 power factor, I think the dots nowadays will withstand that. But if you go to 170 in IPSC, it's actually 170 power factor,
which is hot.
Which is really hot.
Yeah.
And I don't think the dots are going to last that long.
I don't think so either.
And so there's no point in putting major power factor in optics. It's the same as in the production optics. It's a minor only.
Yeah.
Because Otherwise, if that's the argument, then you have to, okay, well, now PO, you can shoot major power factor.
Yeah.
Would be the same argument.
Yeah.
But we know that if you put a 40 power in a Glock and shoot major power factor, the dots that come out flying, it's not going to last. I think. There are manufacturers that say that it will last, but I think but not the major ones. The major ones, from what I heard, that they haven't come out and said, well, we'll guarantee that our dots will have a 170 power factor. So that's a reason we propose minor only because of that. And one of the argument is like, well, no, if give the shooter an option. If he wants to shoot major, he can shoot major. If he wants to shoot minor, he can do that. But the problem is, in many countries like Brazil, we don't have dots available easily. It's almost twice the price as in the U.S. And you have to. It's a bureaucratic nightmare to import them. So if you're shooting a major and it breaks, you can't just go to Amazon.com or whatever and order another one and have it to you in 2 or 3 days. It would take us like months to get it done. And so if it's a competitive advantage if you shoot major, right? But
we're live, so say hi to the world.
Hello, Mark. Yeah, we are.
We're live. So this is Mark Weisinger, our friend from Europe, but we're going to be chatting with Mark later on. We'll come back to you.
I really want everyone to know you're the regional director.
Yeah, it's important. He's got a shirt. All right, well, we're back again with you guys. That was Mark. This is going to be a fluid environment, guys, because obviously he didn't realize. I think he still doesn't believe that we were live. So he's a good friend of ours. He's one of the CROs here, but he's actually a range master. He was RM for Rifle, wasn't he? Rifle World Shoot.
So. Yeah.
Very cool guy, and is very good for all of us. I think we beat the equipment thing, pretty much to death. But I agree with the thing. I think optic is the way to go, and it's very close. Obviously, being that it's close to the U.S. version, in my opinion, makes it a big deal because it makes it easier for us in the U.S. to run a division without a whole bunch of equipment changes.
Right.
Alex, let's talk a little bit. You guys got a big contingent of people here from Brazil.
Yeah, we're one of the biggest delegations in almost every World Shoot, and also Pan Americans. We have shooters going to Europeans. Even South Africa Championship last year, we had like 8 or 9, 10 guys coming over. So very active shooting community, and people like to travel and shoot. So actually, unfortunately, I think that's something that we need to work on as a regional director, is to try to get more slots for our shooters, because 66, I think, was the original. That wasn't even close to what we need. And so we ended up with 104. So I think we need to work on that with the IPSC executive committee to try to change the allocation. And so we can, like USPSA should have more people. We should have more people. I mean, people that actually have a lot of active shooters.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's a problem. So the way that they work it out is, in fact, Olga just walked past us a second ago. I just noticed her. So Olga is the secretary of IPSC, and she's the one that issues the slots to us. And what they do is they take the total match capacity. They have a formula. They take out some of the sponsors and the
Where are you guys from?
The word is
sponsors and
the guys that have lifetime.
From Italy.
yes, it's
Anyway,
the life program.
yeah, they have a name. I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble for not remembering that. But they take them out, and then they end up with a number, and then they look at the different regions. Now they cap it off at 3,000. So how many members have you got in your region?
We got close to 10,000.
10,000.
Yeah,
So the US has 41,000. We pay fees on 3,000 of the 41,000.
I think 3,000 is the maximum. Yeah.
So it maxes out. That's what limits us. So you have a region that might only have 20 or 30 members, but they're going to get slots as well. So it's a problem. There's no solution to it. The solution is making the matches bigger, but as we can see, that's been a challenge. So that's one of the reasons that the IPSC executive, and it was Olga and Vitale and Bellino and them, that they decided to allow many more slots in the pre-match, which is what we're shooting now, which is wonderful. They opened up, we got offered 100 slots in pre-match. We used up, I think, about 75 of them, something like that. So we have a contingent here of 133. But you guys, Philippines and us are the three biggest regions, I think, if I remember correctly. Philippines has more than us coming to this match. But it's a great opportunity for people that wouldn't otherwise make it in. If we take basically the 60-ish, 66 slots that we were offered, our main primary teams, of which there are 12, 6 divisions, 6 category teams. That's 12, 48 people, and that literally leaves you, maybe 15 slots left for the rest. And there's a lot of very good shooters that want to come out and shoot.
Yeah, the way we worked it out was if we didn't put a team on, and you were the first in your category, then you got a slot. So that's how we distributed the rest of the slots, based on ranking. So no personal, I like you, so I'm going to give it to you. It's actually based on results, which is the fairest thing to do.
Correct. Yeah. And we have a very good, I think this was one of our best selection processes that we ran for the US as well, for making that, putting that together. You mentioned the Pan American. We have a Pan American coming up next year in Aruba, Res.
Right. As far as we know.
I was just going to ask. So I'm putting Alex on the spot here. There's some, there's some rumors floating around out there about the Pan Am, and we're going to have to look at that, see how that's going to work.
I think we'll find out probably in the General Assembly. I think back in November, December, I actually text the RD there and asked him how was the situation, and apparently there was like a government coup. And so a new government stepped in, and they weren't sure if the new government would support the Pan American. And so at that time, actually, I think Yiming was the regional director. I contacted him and said, hey, it would be nice for the U.S. to see if they want to host it. And there's actually, I think he went back to the board, and the board was playing with the idea, but then Aruba came back and said, no, the government's going to sponsor us. They're going to support. So it's back in Aruba.
Yeah.
That's all we know about it.
Yeah, and I actually want to take a look at that whole thing, because without beating up on matches, having a big match is a huge undertaking for a lot of the clubs. And what happens is when they kind of start drowning and getting behind, then it upsets the shooters. We can't get ammunition in. We can't get permits done. Then it changes the whole atmosphere. So it's something that I strongly believe that we've got to look at when we vote on these new regions getting these big matches. We have to look at their capability of running a major match.
Yeah, because I mean, Aruba, it's kind of nice to have nice exotic places to have a match, but you have to look at the capacity. Of them having, issuing, like such as the problem we have here. Even of South Africa, I mean, it's a big country.
Yeah.
And we got shooters flying in that don't have licenses.
Yeah.
And that should not happen. I mean, licenses should come out about 2 months ago, so everybody is kind of flying in comfortably and not have a headache. So I think we actually need to look at those kind of stuff for the next matches.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with the General Assembly coming up. We've got a few minutes left. Anything that you want to specifically bring up? I know we're going to be around. Alex is actually shooting the match in roughly 30 minutes, so it's very kind of you to join us for the chat. We are really appreciated from this. And I want to mention as well, this is not just a USA streaming. We're going international. IPSC has been very unselfish. They've been very supportive of us. They've actually got our banner up on the match website, the South African website, which is really cool for streaming. So if you need to go to that, you can go to the South African page, and you'll see just underneath the main match sponsor is the official live stream, which is really cool of them to do that. But you guys have got this great hospitality tent here. Tell us about that.
Well, I think I came on board back as a regional director when the current president of Confederação Brasileira de Tiro Prático, CBTP, he's a new president, and he came with a lot of ideas. He emphasized national team quite a bit, and so he went after getting government resources for the last international competition, we got we have 11 teams, which is 44 people plus the top of the category. So it's about close to 60 shooters who have been fully paid for.
That's fantastic.
We paid for. We were able to get funding from the government, and so we paid for the airfare, hotel, match fee, which is very expensive, $680.
Yeah.
And so everything's been taken care of. I mean, and even in Brazil, we got some ammo sponsorship, so we were able to give 2,000 rounds to every shooter for them to practice.
Yep.
Which this time didn't work out as nice because before, like for the shotgun, for the War 2 shotgun, CBC, which is MacTech, they provided something like 15 or 20,000 rounds.
Wow.
For the shooters to go and practice. I mean, they even broke the damn shotguns practicing.
Well, I actually want to talk about that a little bit more, maybe in another broadcast, and get into some of that, because that's something we definitely need to address. We've come to the end of this segment. We're going to be coming back to you guys later. We're going to leave some scores up for you guys, so you can run through the scores. I'll update this. That's a live update. But again, Alex, thank you for joining us. We really enjoyed having you here. And we look forward to the GA in a couple of days' time.
Yes, and hopefully we'll get some good news out of it. Yeah,
for sure.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, we're live here at the 2025 World Shoot in South Africa, the Handgun World Shoot, and Shannon Smith is with us and has joined the broadcast. Shannon's actually going to be working a whole bunch of time with us. He's volunteered. He's getting very well paid for this, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we're working for free, working for you guys. But Shannon's going to be doing a lot of the commentary on stage, as well as sitting back here and kind of covering for me as well when there's times. We might have a similar schedule. We'll have a look at that later on. So Shannon, welcome. You just arrived, got off the plane, so you're probably still jet lag.
Yeah, still adjusting, but much easier flight than I expected. I was kind of dreading that long haul, but it really wasn't bad. So we got in night before last, and haven't seen a lot yet. I had a practice schedule for this morning, so I just got back from practice and checking out the match ammo, but everything's been good. You know, there was some horror stories floating around of check-in and getting ammo and stuff like that, but my experience was fine. Check-in easy, equipment check easy, ammo pickup easy, and so far so good, man. Weather's amazing, so looking forward to checking out some stages today.
Do you think it's your experience? This is not your first time doing World Shoot. You've been to a whole bunch, what, 4, 5, 6 World Shoots?
Not that many, but I think this is 4.
4. And you've actually run a World Shoot. So Shannon was the match director, I guess, assistant with Frank Garcia, match director of the 2014 Handgun World Shoot in the United States, down in Frostproof.
Exactly. So I know what these guys are going through. You know, we talked about some people getting upset and things not going well, but it's a big undertaking, you know, and it takes a crew to do it, and there's a whole lot of logistics involved and a whole lot of moving pieces, and not everything goes perfect all the time. So that's the way it works.
And you know, I'm going to say this. You know, Shannon and I go back a long way, and I always joke with him because he's to the point. You know, like literally by the book. And you know, you're a guy that calls an apple a spade a spade. So when you say that everything goes like you just got to live with it, that's what it is, right?
Right. And we talked about this in the pre-match stuff. You know, you're not in the United States anymore, and you don't have the same rights, and the same actions don't result in the same consequences. And so it's, you know, we talked about the police station and the check-in and checking your guns, and you know, in a foreign country, police station is not the place to break bad and start getting mad at somebody. So you just got to roll with it, and whatever happens happens. And you know, we've shot around the world together, and you know, some places they take your firearms there and they bring it to the range to you, and some places they let you have them, and it is what it is. If you're going to choose to do this, then you got to be willing to live with what they say, and it's once you come in with that attitude, it makes it a lot easier. You know, then you're not as stressed. And again, it's not my first time, so you know, my first time, I'm sure I was pretty stressed out about the whole process as well, but this is pretty easy thus far.
That's awesome, and it's good to hear. And Shannon actually did have an issue with his permit at the airport, and he shot me a text, and I was like, just leave the gun with them. We'll figure it out the next day. And he went back the next day, and by that stage, we got hold of the appropriate people, and your permit was ready, and you picked up your stuff and left. It was actually funny because somebody this morning had left their gun behind because they didn't have the right permit for it. Had left one of their backup guns behind, I should say. And they came to me this morning and said, hey, that gun's moving right now. It's halfway between Johannesburg and Klerksdorp. It's like, is somebody supposed to be doing that? And I'm like, yeah, it's good. They're moving it.
Funny. I didn't know that,
yeah, and so I said, don't tell me you're tracking it. Just wait till it gets here and go pick up your gun. So let's talk about the match. So you've taken a really quick walk around. You haven't had a chance to see it. 30 stages. If we can go to the stats computer here for a second, we want to show you guys something that Shannon actually brought up. You want to talk about what you saw?
Sure. So I haven't seen much. I'm still learning where Area 2 is and where Area 5 is. So I'm still learning my way around. But I have walked a little bit. And very, very, very first impressions, it looks faster and easier than I expected. Not a lot of I don't know if I've seen any hardcover.
Yeah.
A few partial no shoots, but not nearly as big as I expected. Again, just a very cursory search or look. But that's my first impression. And then, can I say who that is? Is that right?
Yep.
So then you pull up Christopher's score. Oh, they can see it.
Yeah.
So you pull up Christopher's scores. The first thing, I'm just running down at the hit factors, and I'm like, holy crap, there's an 11, there's a 10, there's a 9, there's a 9. Like, that's just not something you expect. Not something I expect at a world championship, and that just kind of confirms that my first impression is correct. That's not good or bad. That's just the way the match is. It looks fast, and which is going to result in higher hit factors. So not a bad thing. It's just that's my impression.
Yeah, and Christopher is actually winning 4 of the 12 stages that he shot so far. The other person that's winning, we can look at this screen. You guys can't see this right now, but Gregory Clement is on 1, 2, 3 that I can see, 4. So him and Christopher basically have 8 of the 12 stages. So.
And that's great for us, you know, because now I can look at that and see, because I know both those guys are pretty solid, and it'll give me an idea of what kind of factor you're looking at on what stage. And from a competitive standpoint, not from an announcer standpoint, that's going to change or affect at least the way that I'm going to attack the stages.
Yeah, and we'll actually switch over to Gregory's scores here, because we have the ability to do that. So there's Gregory's scores. You can see he's also running some pretty high hit factors on, what was the stage I was looking at a second ago? Stage 3, for example, he's 8.7, which is, it's a good measure because that determines a little bit of how you shoot that stage. If you know you're running a 8.7 hit factor, you know, that's a significant piece of information versus like a 3 hit factor stage. And we're not seeing, down at stage 15, you can see that he shot a 3. Did he have a mic in that? Yeah, he had a mic. So obviously if it's a short course, the mic is going to really hurt.
I mean, you know, 14, that's a big point course. And he's got an 11 on a big point course. So I haven't seen that stage yet, but that's obviously a smoker. Which, again, not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't necessarily lend to my strengths, but such is life. You know, I have to speed it up a little bit.
We'll actually go take a look at 14 because we're getting better at the graphics side. So there's stage 14. Shannon said it's a big stage, so it's a 24-round stage, 12 IPSC targets. We actually have video of this we were able to get. So for those of you out there that haven't been following yet and that are jumping in, we have certain areas we can get to with our cameras where we get really good connection. Then we have certain areas the cameras have great connection because we have these big transmitters on them, but we can't talk to the camera people down there, so they're
Gotcha.
operating blind. And then we have other areas like the one behind us, which is I think what a lot of the shots are that you're seeing at the moment. And we're still kind of working through this. And I'm going to talk to Shannon in a second about what they did back in the US, but the ability for us to be able to show you the stages and so on. And we also have some drone shots which we're going to be dropping in. So you'll be able to do that. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, so having not seen 14 that you're looking at there, that's a pretty quick left, right, left, right, left, right. Probably not a ton of distance, so that's going to be a fast one.
So I think this stage that you guys are watching right now is the one right behind us because the shots that I was watching that tied in with the stage 22. Thank you. So the production truck is also feeding into our ear what stage we're on, and as we get better, then like now Shannon obviously heard that that's stage 22, which is right behind us, and we'll scroll up to 22 here in a second. You guys can see visually what it looks like. By the way, these graphics are available online. If you go to the Handgun World Shoot website or to the IPSC, they've got a link there. The IPSC people came and reminded me this morning that you can also find the match information from their page, from their website. So IPSC.org is obviously their site. I'm not sure if USPSA is posting it. I'll talk to USPSA and see if we can get them to post a link to that as well. Okay, so that's stage 22. This is the one behind us, starting with chamber empty start, magazine inserted. That's a popular start for IPSC, isn't it?
It is. I don't care for it, but it is definitely a popular start for IPSC. You know, we use it in. I would use it in like a seated, holstered and seated start position is where I would use something like that from a safety standpoint. So this is kneeling, so yeah, good. That might be an area where I would use it. They do it more often than we do, which again, that's their flavor, and you roll with the punches.
Yeah, we'll stay on this stage, guys, because we've got. Can you see who that is? So that was obviously an American going through there. We'll know here in a second because I'm actually watching this, and I haven't actually had a chance to show Shannon this yet. But so obviously this particular screen here, I'll see if I can pull that up on your version. There we go. So stage 22. So this was the previous shooter, because obviously it's finished. They're still scoring this guy now. And you can see down here at the bottom, this was who just shot the stage. Then before that was Daryl. And for the first time, we're actually able to get splits and
cool.
time, so we can look at that. And then Shannon, you notice they have an extra column here, which they offered us. Okay, so that was Tyler Smith that just shot now, I think.
Yes, it was.
Was that?
Yep.
And so there you can see his score. Guys are getting that live. Shot a 6.3 hit factor. He shot that in 19.84 seconds. And as we get better at doing this through this week, we'll have better and better data that's coming through to us. A lot of this is actually being designed for us. So this screen that you see, or this column you see here, that extra, you'll notice that these two, there's no time string here. That's because the timer didn't sync, that I think. But the one down there, that one down here, means he shot one extra shot on that stage.
Wow.
And that's something that is being worked on, that is going to be coming down the road, where the next shooter up. So something that we've been working on behind the scenes, it's not going to be available to us in this World Shoot yet, but is the ability to determine how long a person takes, like on the first shot, like what's the first shot to a draw. Obviously, if it's a stand and draw, we're all going to be around that 1 second, 1.2, 1.3. But, you know, maybe there's a stage where you've got to start from a position and then run to a position. You know, what is the time you take on that first shot to see what somebody's reaction time is, and 2-3 steps or whatever, and then we can actually have a graphic that shows the fastest people and where they actually make up these times. You know, you look at, like we had Christopher, we were looking at his scores earlier, he is super fast, you know, on that type of thing. It's not as accurate, so this is actually a match that leads towards him. If they had a bunch of 25, 35-yard shots, then I'd be a little bit more nervous. He shot a right-hand stage yesterday, literally it's almost the same pace as what a lot of people would shoot normally, but he picked up 3 mics. Well, live and learn, right?
Yeah.
But
well, he hasn't lived and learned, because that's been his style for a while.
that's his thing. But I mean, that's what makes this fun, right?
Yeah. Well, that metric on the first shot is really cool when you do have empty chamber starts and unloaded starts, and because like you said, if we're standing and drawing, we're all going to be close. But when you got to load the gun, rack the gun, those kind of things, that's where that comes into play. Yeah, and if we look at stats, if you can go back to that same sheet again, and Shannon can actually elaborate on this. So you see the 4.5 here, the 2.7 on the right-hand corner. Yeah.
All right, we can go back to shooter again.
A couple extras.
Yeah, a couple of extra shots there. We'll see how that shows up in the score here in a second. And what's so obviously, as I've said a few times, the cameramen are not being allowed to come into the stage. We're actually talking to IPSC on that, and we're going to hopefully get that cleared up. They've done that for a number of reasons. Timing, you know, they say that people on stage slows the stage down. Yeah, we'll see. I think they're going to find a happy medium between giving us access to be able to get the camera, like to show the guy from the back of the stage when there's a whole bunch of those walls and so on in between. That really defeats the purpose of broadcasting. But we are working on it. This is new for a lot of people. I know some of the ROs were really nervous about being live streamed, but it's the world we live in.
It's not their call.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a sport that you're trying to expand, and IPSC they allow video review also now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point of allowing video review if you don't allow people to go in there and video?
Yeah, exactly. And times have changed. You know, it's 2025. There are better cameras. These 360 cameras, the ones we put up on towers, you know, on the top of a, I mean, they are incredible. You know, they show everything. There's no more, and I actually like that. I want it to be right. Whatever the scores are, whatever the calls are, I want it to be accurate. You know, as close as we can.
It's kind of a slippery slope, but it's also, like you said, it's the direction the world's going. So you got to learn how to work with it and not against it. You know, my wife is a school teacher, and she's all against ChatGPT and that AI stuff. And I said, well, you better learn to work with it because it's not going away. And it's the same thing here. Cameras aren't going away. I'm on that target for a hit.
Yep.
Little scoring as you shoot action going on there.
Yeah, so talk about that a little bit.
I would say what my little pet peeve is, at least be ready. you know, when you're on deck, that's not the time to go put your 360 camera on the wall. And when you're loaded and holstered, that's not the time to reach up and turn your hat cam on and turn around and yell at your buddy to grab his phone and feel, you know, that's not the time to do that stuff. That's what slows the match down. So I'm all for cameras and the video stuff, but be ready. You know, have your stuff on and ready to go, and not slowing down the process. And I'm sure that's part of the thing that IPSC is worried about.
Yeah. I'm going to get yelled at. All right, so you can see that that shooter was, I think that was Detoy. It looks like they're keeping the top shooter, Ruben, that they're keeping that score at the top because he's got the highest hit factor, just judging on this.
Yeah,
So that was Christopher Detoy. You see his first shot was 2.37 seconds. You can see it here at the, kind of, you can see my mouse moving there. And then DeMeo was 2.29, and then earlier on we had somebody at 4.5.
You know what I'm wondering, though? I'm wondering if they didn't catch the first shot somehow, because that's a big discrepancy, so you never know for sure.
Yeah, we didn't see that. We might have missed the load, might have dropped the mag.
Yeah.
Everything goes wrong when it can go wrong.
Are you ready? Bye.
Don't do it.
Yeah. So why not do that? What's the calculation behind that?
So we're looking at factors in the 5s and 6s here. So in all honesty, like if he did have a miss there, it would have been worth it at that factor. But generally speaking, you know, if you look back at a target and then you have a conversation with yourself, well, should I or should not make? By the time that conversation's over with, it's too late. But if, you know, he obviously thought he had a bad shot there, so he went back and took a look. You know, I would say it's probably better just to go back and shoot. You know, sling that shot, and don't look at it and think about it for a second, and then just decide you need to take a shot.
Yeah.
But not worth a miss on a 5 factor. That only would have been a second probably.
Yeah, because a miss on that would be 3 seconds worth, because obviously it's 15 points. Take the points, divide by the hit factor, and you're going to have how many seconds that miss would have been worth. And that's actually a calculation that every one of you out there should know. I mean, it's not just the top guys that need to know that. If you walk up to stage, have a fair idea of what the hit factor is. Obviously, at a match like this, we can look at these hit factors ahead of time, and we can determine what they are. If I go back to, we'll just stay on this for a second and see, because his score is going to show up here in a second. See if we can see that that last target. We can't, of course, tell which targets are which. Not yet, we can't. That's something's being looked at. Don't see it. Oh, he's down here. That's a new name. Shannon, here's something that's interesting as well. You see this this area here in the hole,
Oh, wow.
and then on deck. That's also new.
How do they know that?
Because they know the
got
stage,
the tablets?
yeah. So one of the things I've been asking about, so Bellino and I have been talking about this for months. We've been going back and forth. Bellino, of course, is the stats guy, the guy that runs IPSC, that wrote this program, about, you know, what can they do to make the match. He's a match guy, so he's designing things that help their staff, help the staff run faster. You know, the scoring matrix, timing matrix in the stages. But that doesn't mean anything to us. We don't care about that, right? We want scores, we want data. And for a long time, IPSC was not very open with their data, but Bellino is making it more and more and more available to us. As you can see, this is the first time that actually allowed somebody else to do it. I had to sign my life away to get this. I'm not allowed to share it with anybody except what he gives me. And every day he resets it as well. So it's being pretty tightly monitored. So what you see is what I have, but it's more than ever, and it gives us as commentators a lot to work with. You know, you see like this stage here, it's taking the average person 2.4. You see 2.4, 2.2, 2.37, 2.7. We think this 1.45 might be an anomaly. It's hard to say. He ended the stage. See that 21, 20. It's roughly the same. So he didn't really give up 2 seconds unless he made that up during the stage.
Nah,
it's hard to say.
They just missed the first shot, I think.
Yeah.
You know, it's through a port. He could have stuck his gun a little far through the port, and they just didn't pick it up.
Didn't pick it up. They're using special pie timers for this match. Special.
You know, you could say the same thing at IPSC, like we were just talking about with the cameras. You know, yes, they don't want to let their data out, but that's the way the world's going, bro.
It is.
You know, you're going to have to, and it's going to get out. You know, like USPSA used to guard their high hit factors with a vault. Well, people started reverse engineering it and figuring it out on their own, and then it's like, okay, well, you figured it out, so I'll just tell it to you. So now they're published, and you shoot a classifier, it's in the tablet now. As soon as you're done shooting, it tells you nationally what your score comes in at.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a good thing, because sometimes it's heartbreaking. You shoot a crushing stage, and you come back and say, oh, man, that was a master run. And I'm like, oh, these smokes, like, how do you get to GM anymore?
Yeah, I shot a local the other day. It was an A-class score on the classifier. Like, dang it, I thought I was a GM.
Yeah, it's quite funny. I'll go back to our main screens. So we're going to leave this screen up when we go to a break here a little bit, and you'll be able to see. And I was told earlier, and I'm going to actually talk to Stats about this, that if you're watching us on Instagram, you can only see the center of the screen, which means you're not seeing the left and the right, which are obviously the other two divisions on each of the two pages. But these are basically the high hit factors being shot for each of those stages. So you're seeing 25 stages there right now. There are the other 30. In fact, I'll leave it down at 30 because we haven't shown that. So if you see a name show up, like in this particular case, I think this is open. You can see this Piguet Manu. He's basically crushed these stages. Obviously, like Christopher and them haven't got there yet. Revolver, at this point in time, Hans-Jörg Kasperger is crushing Revolver. So it gives you an idea of who's shooting the highest hit factors in the match. And we'll have to look at that. Before we go to break, there's some of our guys. Hey! One USA. What the heck? Like, give us a bit more than that, right? It is fun having everybody out here. I mean, it's 76 countries represented from what I'm told. About 600 people in the pre-match. Shannon and I are both shooting main match, so this gives us a chance to kind of do this. But it's really cool seeing all the different countries.
Yeah, I don't do as much international travel as you do, but I do enjoy it, and it's an adventure. It's a chore, and everything's not perfect. I don't have my ammo, and I just went out and shot the match ammo for the last hour, and it ran awesome. So I'm happy about that. It's a little slow, which not unhappy about that. It's a little soft, but it functions. So that's the main thing, and that gives me the confidence that I'll be good. Now I can focus on shooting. I don't have to worry about the equipment stuff.
Are you shooting match ammo in the match?
I'm going to have to do some.
Okay.
I don't have enough. I did carry some, but not enough.
You carried 11 pounds, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
5 kilos.
Yep.
So I don't have enough to finish the match, so we'll have to use some match ammo, which means I'll have to chrono both ammunitions, even though I get a pass, whatever you call it. But you still have to run through it.
For those you don't know, even if you don't pass chrono with match ammo, you are still okay. Match ammo is considered to be passed regardless.
And training partner Lee Nugent, who's also on the team, brought the Garmin with him. So I was 161 this morning. So I'm right on the edge.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah, those Garmins are incredible, aren't they? I travel with mine all the time, too.
I got to get one. I still got the Pro Crony that you got to pack in a suitcase.
Yeah, and they're not as reliable as well because they
You say that, but I've been shooting 25 years. It's never failed me.
I'll pass that to Shannon. He's a lot more experienced than me in this. Well, listen, great chat. We're going to be doing this a lot more. We're going to take a little break here. We'll leave the scores up, and we're going to see if we can actually come to you maybe a little bit later for one more session this afternoon. Somebody asked us why we're only streaming a couple, 3 hours a day. First of all, we have a very small crew here. We have like 5 or 6 of us here, and they need a break. They can't go nonstop. There's a lot of work that's got to be done. I really want to thank all of my guys. I mean, this has been a challenge to get to this point. Shannon's lucky. He showed up here. It's like, okay, let's go.
You guys have done a ton of work, man. It's going to be cool, and it's only going to get better. And I'm going to spend the rest of today and tomorrow really looking at stages now, getting down to the nitty-gritty and getting serious about it. So I'll have a lot more interesting insight next time I'm on.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, thank you for that, Shannon, because I was going to say, as we get better, we'll be able to give more detail and more information and so forth. I really appreciate Shannon volunteering, and he really did volunteer. I mean, I was like, looking for a couple of people, and so I was like, hey, I'll do that.
Voluntold is more like it.
Yeah. Well, you did the ones at USPSA, and you did a great job with that. And I want to emphasize, this is a team effort. Like, there's no, like, this versus that or anything. It's all of us together on the same thing. USPSA is part of this. They're helping us stream it on that side, and they've been very supportive. And I'm very, very appreciative of everybody.
Yeah, it's back to the information thing. Everybody wants more information, so it takes a lot of work to get that out there.
Perfect. All right, we'll see you guys later. Hi, everybody. Well, we're back here at the 2025 Handgun World Shoots coming to you from South Africa. I've got with me right now Nico Economakis. He's going to be our guest here in the next little segment. In the meantime, while we're doing this, we're still going to follow some of the shooting. We're in the afternoon shift right now. It's just past 1 o'clock, I think, if I remember correctly. Just past 1. You're looking at stage 10. Stage 10, the high hit factor is actually one of our guys. Matthew Haygood is holding that right now, one of the U.S. That is a 4.1 hit factor stage. So obviously gives you some idea of what you're going to be shooting at. While we're showing you the stages, we're going to be talking a little bit. So, Nico, yes, so you are actually the owner's son. Nico is the owner of the property, owner of the shooting range. Nico and I have known each other for many, many years. Big guy, he's a big Greek guy, so very out there. He's actually shooting the match as well, isn't he?
He is. We just finished our shifts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're shooting the second morning shift.
That's awesome. What do you think so far?
I think I'm having a lot of fun with these stages. These stages are great. They're a big mental game, but at the same time, it lets you shoot fast. It lets you decide how you want to shoot it. And there are multiple ways of shooting different stages, which just makes it so much more interesting.
And you can see on our lower third there, we've got your name, Frontier Shooting Range.
Yeah.
Kind of spreading the love a little bit to everybody. This stream, by the way, is going international. It's not just to the United States. We're sending it out everywhere. We've got we had the regional director from Brazil on this morning, Alex Cheng, and we're going to be bringing a bunch of people in from other countries as well because we want it to be an international event. So that's part of it. That's the arrangement that I have with IPSC, and we really appreciate IPSC support and everything in this as well, and they want that. So, you know, we love that you guys have let us come out. I've, of course, been to your range before a couple of times, 3 times, I think.
We're very happy to have everyone here.
Yeah. So so what's your task at the range? You said you're kind of like a Johnny.
I'm Johnny on the spot. I'm whatever they need. They need a vehicle, I'm the driver. If they need a range fixed, I can run and get the crew to come and fix it. I'm whatever everyone needs. I'm also running our media relations and PR. So, and then at the same time, we're also keeping the factories running right now.
Really?
So I'm making sure everything's running there because all the event is run by the same staff who are running the factory. We're actually quite a small outfit, if you think about it, and everybody's doing multiple jobs at the same time. So we're all helping out as far as possible, as much as we can.
That's awesome. Yeah, we'll come back to this. So you guys are looking at stage 16 right now. Stage 16 high factors there are, it's also one of our guys, Giancarlo Gamagai. He's leading that stage with a 9.2 hit factor, so it's a really, really high hit factor stage. Basically 9 and 10s. There's 1 or 2 11s that you'll see in this match. Most of the time you're going to see much lower hit factors in IPSC, but in this match there's actually quite a few high hit factors.
Yeah, IPSC actually, when we were busy setting up, they came in and they had us redo multiple of this, well, I say multiple stages, just about every stage. And they very much wanted as high hit factors as possible on as many of the different stages as they could get. They wanted to eliminate the sort of trick shooting type shoots. They wanted to see high hit factors, high speed, and they wanted the matches to be, or the stages to be the same for everyone as far as is humanly possible. So if a guy has less athletic ability than someone who's fit, they wanted to be they wanted to give him as much of a possible chance to compete with a guy who's actually fit.
So have you shot this stage yet?
16? No.
Yeah. So this is the stage that's got that little area where you've got to jump across, where it's high risk, of course. If you make it, you're going to save about probably a second and a quarter on this stage.
Yeah.
But if you don't, it's the end of that stage because you're going to have a penalty per shot fired after that. We're not looking at 16 right now. We're actually looking at a different stage. They get ready to do their walkthroughs. That's the RO demonstrating position, which is a IPSC requirement. Thanking all his staff.
That's Carl by the looks of it.
That's useful. So, here is our Alex Chang. This is the regional director for Brazil. He's shooting stage 10. So we'll skip over stage 10 and see what that looks like. regional directors. There's roughly 75 countries, 74 countries represented here, but the regional directors all have their meeting coming up in a couple of days.
I actually shot that exact stage as my final stage today.
Ah. There we go. You guys noticed the steel plates that Nico and them have at this range?
Yeah.
They have a shroud built over the front, over the top of them. Did you guys build those?
Yes. Everything, all the range equipment is built in-house.
That's awesome.
We've got a workshop that is actively working and repairing range equipment on a constant basis on site as well. So to keep down any sort of delays, we remove them as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting thing. I want to actually talk about that a little bit more. While I'm doing this now, I'm pulling up the stage 10 I need to pull up. Sorry, it's going to take me a second to find that. There we go. Stage 10. So Alex's scores are going to come up. They're scoring his stage right now. He'll come up here in a second and we'll take a look. Oh, there we go. Alex. Oh, no, that's, yes, that is Alex. So he shot a 20-second time, 20.06. You notice he had one extra shot. This is a new thing we have here, Nico.
Yeah.
Where we can actually see when somebody shoots extra shots, because obviously that explains sometimes if there's more time on a stage. So his first shot, 2.9 seconds. He finished obviously at 20.06. And he shot a hit factor of 5.
That's excellent. That's really good.
Yeah.
That particular stage actually has 2 bobbing plates. 2 bobbing mini poppers, which does add up.
They're pretty quick. I saw that yesterday. Yeah, they come up and disappear pretty fast. And Alex had 2 deltas on stage. He's shooting production optics. Oh no, he's shooting open. I'm sorry, he's shooting open. I was going to say those deltas are going to hurt, but if he's shooting open, he drops 6 points on those 2 deltas.
Yep.
So he drops 11 for the stage, and still a good time. Let's talk about the building of stages. So obviously, you guys have been working on this for a long time. Building a lot of things. There's so much that goes into a world shoot. Those particular steel plates, I love those plates. One, they keep ricochets from leaving the range, and 2, it kind of gives you a different look to a plate. It's weird how that works. Talk about that. How do you build them? What do you make them out of?
So as we were modifying the ranges, because we were still modifying on our shooting ranges last year during the African Championships, and just before the African Championships, the stages right behind us were built for the first time. And we found as we were shooting that there were rocks that were causing ricochets. And we solved that problem really quickly by just adding, we've got targets that have steel backstops, and then we have the steel plates covered to prevent ricochets from going upwards on the targets. And we decided, well, this looks good, it works really well, let's just do it with as many as possible plates on the shoot,
Yeah, and it's actually, something that we're going to have to be addressing at all the ranges around the world, because more and more ranges now are clamping down on rounds or ricochets leaving the range. And steel is particularly a problem because, if you double tap or triple tap that steel to get it down, you have that situation where it ricochets it up in the air. Instead of the projectile splattering on the target and just disintegrating, now you've got a situation when you're at a 45-degree angle or 30-degree angle, and now it just basically directs it up in the air. And I know on stage 13, I believe it was, on the first day, they actually shut the stage down for a time while they fixed they had a ricochet problem there.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great idea. St. George Range in the United States, where the Nationals is coming up, they had a ricochet issue there that was very serious, and they eventually shut the range down and spent millions of dollars rebuilding everything and putting in special berms and so forth. So
yeah, this is you can see right now, you can see some of those targets with the steel backstops.
Right. Oh, those are the ones. So the ones on the left there.
Yeah, on the left side.
So you don't damage the shoot area behind that.
You don't damage anything behind that.
Are those expensive to make?
I mean, we buy the steel ourselves, and we've got our own workshop that puts the targets together. So yes and no.
And it catches all the steel, all the projectiles.
It catches the projectiles. Well, when the lead comes out, it's basically just a powder, basically.
I was hoping you could tell me you can recycle that lead into the production process.
We do as much as is humanly possible. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're wondering, obviously those of you caught on in the beginning, we talked about Frontier bullets. So Frontier is obviously the name that they use in everywhere except for the US, right?
Yeah,
Frontier.
in the United States we're FMP.
FMP bullets in the United States. That's it. They don't have a trademark issue with another bullet company there. So many of you have actually shot these bullets in the United States. Eddie Garcia shoots them, I know. I've shot them many times in the past.
Yep.
Black Hills, I think, is the main distributor
Yeah,
for
we've
them.
got Black Hills distributes directly, and then all of our ammunition as well. We actually sell or sold before the tariffs hit.
I just want to interrupt you for a second. So here you
Yeah.
guys can see. You want to explain to them what they're looking at? The steel plates?
It's steel plate, and we've got a metal cover around it. And then there's the example of the bobber, and these bobbers are actually running on a motorized system to keep the timing completely consistent. They don't slow down, they don't stop, and we've actually had one running all night last night.
Wow.
Where people forgot to turn off the activator.
Oh, really?
And it was just running all night, and then they noticed it in the morning. It does make resetting the stage also a lot simpler, because you only need to reset the bobber, and then once you reset the activator, it stops bobbing in the down position.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And for those eagle-eyed people out there, you're going to wonder, how did we get a cameraman in behind the scenes? That's because the ARA was very nice to us and let us bring a camera in there. So thank you for that. I think that's important, though. You know, there has been a discussion at this match. You know, we don't want to talk about too much, but you know, there has been discussion about cameras being allowed into the stages and the range.
Yeah.
Sorry, the RMs have basically said they don't want people with cameras in the stage area. But you know, we need to bring them that information. It's very hard for our cameramen to get in and show that. So. Yeah, it's great. So we were talking earlier on about the bullets and bringing projectiles into other countries. You said you were talking about the distributors.
Yeah. So just as an example, what we do is when we sell to ammunition factories as a separate entities to our distributors, because our distributors are they're selling to the general public. We're big in Europe, and we were really big in the States via Black Hills Shooting Supplies. And then, of course, we were also selling in the United States to Capital Cartridge, who were running to a warehouse. And they would load it into ammunition, the bullets into ammunition, and they would be selling that ammunition as well.
Yeah, so now I'm going to talk about something that I know you're pretty unhappy about. So, obviously, being from the United States, we know that our leadership has imposed tariffs on any import into the U.S., right? And that's 30%, you were saying, right?
30% for South Africa, yeah.
And unfortunately, that's caused a big problem for you guys.
Well, yeah, we haven't shipped a container to the States since April. We were shipping 6 million bullets to the States on a monthly basis. And it has hit us hard. We've had to let go of a good amount of stuff. And the company's going strong, but it's been hard, and it's going to be hard for a while still with the tariffs.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation that gets developed, and we don't always know that. But here you have a perfect example of it's going to hurt us eventually too, because 30%, you add that onto the bullets, and you were saying that even if you guys shipped it, if you added on that 30%, it's no longer...
Prices become uncompetitive completely. And we actually discussed moving a portion of the plant to the United States. And we found out that the price difference, because of the extra labor costs, would make no difference.
Yeah, labor is very expensive in the United States. So we're looking at stage 15, I think, the 16, stage 16. We can actually take a look and see what stage 16 looks like. If you guys want to jump over to the stats.
Oh, that looks like fun.
Yeah, there we go. So you want to tell them about this stage?
I haven't shot it yet.
You haven't shot it?
I haven't shot it yet. I'm due to shoot it tomorrow.
So this is a long course. Remember, you shoot one long course a day in your 6 stages. Generally 32 rounds. In this particular case, it's 15 IPSC targets and 2 IPSC poppers. We can have a look and see here. I'll pull up some of the times on that. So some of the people are shooting that. It's around a 5 hit factor stage. We're getting better at pulling up the stats faster. So that's really cool. But anyway, that's the stage. You start with 1 foot touching that mark on the right-hand side. We'll jump back to stage 16 again. So there is 16. We'll see who's shooting that stage. It's probably, as I get better at this, Alessandro or Hendrik Woodendal. Is that one of your guys?
It's a South African, yep. Woodendal's a South African surname.
All right, let's hop over to that stage. I hear the timer. Oh, Hendrik just shot that, so it's going to be the next guy.
Oh, he's a Namibian.
So short stage, 16. I don't think that's stage 16. So 16 is a long course, and that was a short course we're looking at there. That's all right. So one of the things that's really cool, by the way, Nico, is that we're still working on this, but if you look at that touring, notice that the first shot here is 1.78 for Jeff.
Yeah.
And this one here is 3.95 and then 2.82. So you realize that this difference between literally before the stage is even started.
Yeah.
This guy shot at 3.95 and this person shot at 2. There's almost a 2-second difference on the first shot.
Yeah.
So we kind of wonder what happened there. And obviously you can see that at the end. At the end there was almost the same hit factor. 5.0 and a 4.9 is basically the same hit factor. And the guy, Jeff, had one extra shot. This is going to allow us to use AI to actually analyze these results in the future. Not yet, but that's where we're headed with this. I'm looking forward to be able to do that. We'll sit here and say, first shot, these are the people that have shot this, these are the fastest, the next person in line, etc.
That's going to be very interesting. I know that one of the Greek universities is running a full-on experiment on the shooters.
Yeah, I heard about that. They actually want me to come down there. I just haven't had a chance. Tell us about that.
So I don't know all the details, but I know that we helped provide some of the resources to them for one of the machines to reset it. And what the experiment will be is they are going to wire you up. They're going to measure your adrenaline. They're going to measure the air you breathe in, the air you breathe out. They're going to measure your speed, your time, your movement, everything they can, and they're going to build a full workup on your shooting style for you as a person. And what needs to be improved, what needs to not be improved. It's actually a very, very interesting project, and the guy behind it, Mr. Yanis, is a very avid shooter as well. He owns the shooting ranges in Corinth.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I know the range he's talking about. Well, listen, that's been interesting. Yeah, I'll actually get hold of him and see. If you see him, tell him to get a hold of me, and
I'll send him a message.
We'll get him down here and so on. I've been to that range a couple of times in Corinth. It's beautiful shooting range. Greece is an amazing place. Nico, thanks for coming in. Appreciate having you here. Give my best to your dad as well, and your brother. His brother is also a phenomenal shooter.
Yeah.
And thank you for letting us share your range with you for 2 weeks.
Oh, we're honored, and it's a great pleasure to have everyone here.
Yeah, awesome. Well, good luck with the rest of the match.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Range is clear. Your time 1197.
1197.
Hi, everybody. So we're back with you guys again for the afternoon. It is Thursday, September 18th. We're in the middle of the pre-match. We're going to be bringing about 15, 20 minutes of streaming here, some camera shots. But more exciting than that, we have Aaron Edens from the United States.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just arrived, fresh off the plane.
Excited to be here. Yeah, it's a long trip, but after doing it last year, it's pretty normal. I knew basically how to get here once I got out of Johannesburg, but other than that, just driving, arrived here. Range looks awesome like it did last time, and I'm just excited.
Well, one of the advantages that Aaron has when they show up now is that we've already taken care of all the pre-organization.
That's right. That's how we like it.
Yeah, we got it all figured out, so it's kind of nice to have them all in. But it's great to have the Super Squad guys show up today. Of course, we had Shannon on earlier on doing our commentating. Aaron's out, Chris Tilley was with you guys as well.
Yep.
He's here. Chris Tilley, of course, is a complete. We never know with Chris. He might win it all. He's done it before.
He's phenomenal. Yeah.
It's great to have them here. Chris, Aaron, when you guys show up at a match like this, like right now you're still hyped, you're tired, you're worn out from 22, 23 hours of travel. You travel all the time, but what's your mindset when you get, how do you approach this?
When I get somewhere like this, I simply like to just get acclimated. Come here, hang out. That's why we planned, I believe, like 4 or 5 days before we actually have to start shooting. I don't like to take a lot of time off the gun, so if we can schedule practice ranges and just some time to burn some rounds before, we like to do that. So I've got actually practice today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So
now's about the right time. I tell you, I haven't fired a round since I shot in Phoenix like 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. But
Yeah. But you got to do what you got to do, and I know you like to do, like to keep that. And you brought your 5 kilos of ammo with you, right?
I did. Yep.
Kept to the 11 pounds limit.
Yep.
Actually, Shannon was saying earlier he shot the match ammo today, the Super Comp match stuff, and he said it shot great.
Okay, good.
So we're getting mixed sort of reports on this.
Is it the same stuff we tried last year? Is it very similar?
I haven't seen it, to be honest, but I'd heard people saying that they loaded some of the Super Comp with super cases, which of course.
Well, that's good to know if at least for the guys that are traveling now or don't have enough that they can get it here.
You need to bring enough ammo for the match. I don't want to hear about people running around looking for ammo in the match.
Right.
We're not sharing very much, especially if I got to try and practice at some point. But it is a long way to come, and you've got to deal with the time change. You're coming from East Coast, so it's 6 hours for you.
6 hours for me.
But you get tired about this time of the day, right?
Yep. For me, actually, I was in France last week, so same time zone, still 6 hour difference. When I came home, I tried to stay on the same time zone, so I'm actually feeling good. I've been acclimated for maybe a week and a half so far, and just trying to keep it up and feel really good by the time the match starts. So
little cheat code there, like going to Europe for a week before you come here. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. So we can look at a couple of stages here. Maybe our camera guys can tell us where we are. Aaron hasn't had a chance to see the stages. He literally just walked up and I roped him in. So we're on stage 15. We'll pull up stage 50 so Aaron can actually see it. If you guys want to jump to stats real quick. So there's stage 15. Aaron's seeing this for the first time, basically.
Yep.
And by the way, in case the stuff that you did all ahead of time, it's all changed.
I've heard.
Yeah. And I got a new one today, so I have a new stage plan for you today. But,
good.
We'll post that later on. But anyway, obviously this 11-round stage, short course. We've actually seen this stage, I think, earlier on. No, actually, we haven't. You know that this is the first time we've seen stage 15, so we'll get a chance to see what it actually looks like.
Yeah, 11 rounds, seated, hands on knees. Gun is unloaded. Yep, unloaded.
Loaded.
Oh, I'm sorry. Loaded. All magazines on the other mark. So one mag in the gun. Weekend only.
Yeah, so there are 4 one-handed stages in this match.
That's good.
2 right-hand.
That's good. I like that.
2 weekend. Yeah. One of them is a little challenging. In fact, one of them is a medium course. So you shoot an entire medium course. I think it's
I saw that, yeah. It's like 18-ish rounds?
Something like that,
Yeah.
yeah. And in fact, it might even be more because I think they're all the same. They followed my suggestion and kept
12, 24,
12,
32.
24, and 32 and the reason for that, we'll talk about this more in the match, we won't get into it now, but the reason for that is because it makes it easier for us to analyze stages and shooters
based
in
on
different
the points,
areas because the points are the same.
Because the points are all the same.
Correct, yeah. IPSC get 3-minute walkthroughs. It's actually like 2 minute 45 seconds maybe if you're lucky. you get a quick look at that. So let's talk a little bit about how you would approach a walkthrough. You know, how do you look at that? When you walk up there, there's only 8 of you on a squad.
Sure. So with the super fast walkthroughs in IPSC, luckily the stage is usually not super complicated like some USPSA stages can be. There's not a ton of memory in IPSC. And a lot of times I look at the start position, what targets I can see from there as soon as I either draw the gun or pick the gun up, whatever the stage procedure is. And then when I walk through it the first time, I'm simply trying to find all the targets. If it's 11 rounds, okay, I know I have at least one piece of steel in there, possibly more, but just trying to count all the shots and figure out exactly where all the targets are. And then usually the second time I go through, once I've found them all, I'm looking for the exact point of that I need to be in order to make these shots. What targets I'm going to shoot on the move. If there's a partial target, which targets I'm going to slow down on, and usually which positions I can see more than one target from. Just trying to blend those positions together. But other than that, just trying to get as many walkthroughs as I can in the 3 minutes with 7 other people in the squad.
Yeah, yeah. And that's something as well as a lot of times I'll say to people, don't start at the start position, like skip the
because everybody will try to start at the start position. Yeah.
Yep. I want to give a shout out to Bill standing behind us. Bill, come stick your head in this shot. We're gonna get Bill Drummond in here at some point. He hasn't got a mic on him right now, but that's Bill. That's what you look like, in case you haven't seen. Bill Drummond, of course, is a very good friend of ours. Travels all over the world with us, but is
I don't know if we'd call him a friend, really.
Yeah, well, he's here right here.
He's an acquaintance.
So he's an acquaintance. But the cool thing about Bill is that we're going to have Bill talk about this. He's very into the IPSC stage design, stages, shooting. Bill and Aaron train together all the time. But Bill will be running the 2026 and 27. Are we allowed to announce that? But a little bit late now, I suppose. But for the next 2 years, the IPSC Nationals in the United States will be at Bill's range. Greater Pittsburgh Guns Club. And we can't hear you, so this is great. Actually, I like this.
That's perfect.
He can be there, but just not say anything. But we'll put Bill onto the broadcast and get his input and stuff. So, but I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun.
We both shot Area 8 last year and the year before, and man, he killed it.
He killed it.
We're excited to see what he has to do. For
Beautiful range. Yeah. Should be an awesome match.
Oh, there's a U.S. guy.
Yep. Who's that? That's actually not a U.S.
Oh,
guy.
is that Mo?
That's Mo.
Oh, is that your jersey?
No, it's his.
Oh.
That's Mo Osman that you're seeing there. That's coming up to shoot. He looks like he's the. I think that's just wrapping up. Maybe. What stage is this? Did you say? Stage 9. So we'll take a look quickly at stage 9. So the reason why Mo is wearing a USA shirt right now, he actually got that previously from us. Mo is the regional director for South Africa and is a huge supporter of ours. And for those of you who have been hearing about all the permit drama and so on, he is one of the guys that has saved our team over and over and over and over.
He was super helpful to us last year too. So
last year as well. That guy has been working 18-hour days trying to get all the permits done, trying to deal with all the fiasco and so forth with the police. We really appreciate what he's doing. And last year we gave him a shirt that has the USA and has his name on it as a sign. That's something that people often do.
There we go. Stage 9.
So this is stage 9.
Field course, 31 rounds. Looks like normal start, just heels, touch, and mark.
Yeah, big stage.
Are there any movers on the stage?
I'm going to scroll up a little bit
no
so you
movers.
guys can see the stage. There are some movers in this match, nothing crazy. There's a bobber on one of the stages that's a bobber straight up and down, and we actually got some footage of it showing it's electronic. The whole thing is just got a motor that keeps running.
Oh, cool.
And they left it on by mistake last night, so it ran all night on its own, up and down, it didn't break, so that's a good sign.
That is good.
A lot of times, for those of you who don't know, with matches like this, they don't put a lot of sophisticated props into these matches because if it fails, they go throw the stage out.
Yeah.
And that's pretty catastrophic in a world championship. So it's generally not that. If we can cut back to the stage maybe, or here we are. Okay, I didn't want to miss Mo. We want to try and stay on Mo. He's going to be shooting here pretty shortly. I think they're wrapping up. They got some kind of discussion going on there.
What did you see about the stages? The targets look fairly close.
Largely wide open. It's you guys kind of match. I mean, if Christopher can crush these stages like he is, then you guys are going to have a great run.
It looks pretty fast.
But of course, you know how it is. People walk through the stage and say, "Oh, it's really easy," and then they come in and it's like, "That guy shot his hit factor 2 hit factors higher than
6
mine."
misses.
You know, I know. So yeah, you still got to hit the target. Still important. And of course, deceptively, you know, we can cut away to that while they're doing that. I'll pull up something, show you guys, so we can just switch over to stats for a second. If you look at this screen, you can see this is obviously open. It's going to scroll over, but if you look at the hit factor, you see that unlike in a lot of IPSC matches, the hit factor is actually pretty high.
Yeah, they are high. That stage 9 is looks like Christopher has the high hit factor with an 11. Yeah, that's pretty screaming on a field course.
I think that's the highest hit factor. You might have seen a 13 in there somewhere, but that's wrong. We actually have getting that fixed.
Okay.
We also do have synced timers for this match.
Oh, cool.
So
That's good.
we're able to go back and pull out the times. I'll show you guys as we get more into it. We're getting better and better. I actually just had a meeting with Bellino from Stats, and he's got some new things he's given us for tomorrow. But yeah, stage 9, Christopher's got that 11.2 hit factor.
Yep. There's a 3. I see a stage 24, a 3.7.
Yeah,
that's pretty low. And then a 3.9 on 26. Yeah.
So they are out there.
Yeah.
And remember, these are the best hit factors in the match. So if you see a 3,
so far,
there's going to be people down there with a 1 on that stage, you know.
Yeah.
And at a 1 hit factor stage, if you have a mic on that, it's 15 seconds. You can go back and shoot the stage twice more times. And that's what you got to know. You got to look at this. You know, the big boys, they take a look at these records. This is the first time that Aaron's seeing this. But you know, probably the most famous guy in the world for studying this is Eric. And
absolutely, he's a mathematician. He can tell you. Christian does a phenomenal job of it too. We were talking at IPSC Nationals and just looking at hit factors, and there was a stage where we intentionally took a miss because it was because we saved the time. It was one of the swinging plates, and because it went away for so long that it was just worth it.
Did you have nightmares flashing back to the Area 2 swinging pendulum plates that we put up? Remember that?
No, I didn't have nightmares because I shot it ding ding.
Christian went to war with that. Took 6 seconds to shoot a plate.
Yeah.
I bet he hasn't forgotten that. We'll ask him that when he's up here. Yeah. But we're actually going to have Eric Raffel with us as well. He's been very supportive of this live stream, and it'd be great to have him here, and he can sit and analyze the death out of everything at that stage.
Yeah, you probably need a translator for just for his math.
So talk a little bit about your open team. You've got 4 of you guys on your open team.
Yep, we do. Myself, Christian Saylor, John Vlieger, and Brian Jones. And man, all 3 of those. Obviously, a lot of people know of Christian. Phenomenal shooter, but Brian and John have also been killing it lately. Even at the last match, Brian shot probably the best I've ever seen him shoot on day 2 and 3 of IPSC Nationals, and just made me proud to be able to shoot with these guys. You know, on the team.
Brian is an amazing shooter, and then of course the guy that's got everybody thinking is Dave. Is Mike? Mike, I should say.
Mike Wang.
Mike Wang.
He's crushed it too. He's been doing really well lately. And selfishly, it honestly hurts to watch people do that well. But I'm proud of him, proud of how far he's come, and I'm excited to see how well he does here against the world stage. I don't think he's ever traveled. I don't think he's ever shot outside of the U.S. before. So
we have 61 people on our delegation that have never traveled outside the U.S. to shoot. It's crazy if you think about it. 61
that is.
people. Yeah, and I've been hearing from most of them.
I'm sure that you
daytimes.
No matter how much advice and Zoom calls we do, there's always problems, huh?
Well, and that's something that everyone's got to remember as well, is that this is a huge, huge undertaking.
Yeah, of course. And for those like you and I, yes, we travel a lot. This is normal for us. Yeah. Even coming to South Africa, slightly different for some people, but it's pretty normal to have a long flight and then try to find where the range is and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I get it, I understand.
Can we jump back to that range where Mo is? I want to see if I can catch Mo. Nope. I think he was stage 9. Looks like they shut that run. They've got nothing going on there. Yeah, we've just been told they're not shooting there just yet. There must be some issue. They have a tablet that they're waiting on. These things happen, right?
Yep.
Welcome. So if you're the first shooter and you think you're going to be up in 3 minutes,
You might get iced.
Mo's getting iced out there right now.
The best thing to do is ask if you can continue to walk through the stage.
Yeah, they probably won't let him walk the stage.
Probably not.
So at IPSC, they're very, very fussy about competitive equity, right? So
Yeah.
so even though the tablet, they're waiting on a tablet, they probably had a tablet go down or something like that. They're not going to let you walk it over and over and over. They're going to
Correct.
stop
They
you.
might, if he asks, they might give him one more walkthrough
Yeah.
because he stood around for so long. But you have to ask.
And this came up at PCC World Shoot in Czech Republic. I was trying to think. It was MiG was on my squad, and they had some kind. It was a really complicated stage. One of these like bam, 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 everything happening at the same time. Became famous because people like Miklik actually had a mic on that stage. I think never shot a mic that I've seen in my life. But anyways, MiG sat around for 50 minutes while they worked the stage, and then he shot. He had a terrible run, and he actually asked for a reshoot. He's like, it's not fair. He didn't get a reshoot, obviously,
I didn't think
but
he would.
he was pretty upset about that. So while we're waiting, I hear them calling next shooter. So for those, just so you guys understand, that haven't been dialing in or haven't been watching our stream over the last few days, there's a lot of technical things we're still dealing with. We only have a couple of cameras out there.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Here's Mo. All right, so this is stage 9.
It's like he's shooting production. Did you see that? It looked like he took the steel from the first position. I don't know if it was because of round count, because it looked like you can see it all from the second position.
Really?
But
Not sure. I was actually looking to see if we could get his scores up online. So we're still working on this to be able to bring you guys the scores as soon as they finish. Obviously, we're in a production truck roughly 150 yards away from where Mo just shot now. We don't have the ability to be on stage and be able to run all the equipment and stuff from there. So while they're scoring that, I don't have access to that, but we'll see it here in a few seconds. So yeah, I wasn't actually watching that. So I haven't actually been I can't go on the stages because I'm a competitor, so
Right.
I'm not allowed to go in stage. My
Right.
production guys have gone in, but I've made it very careful. We took some drone footage on the couple of days ago in the evening, and I made sure we actually had an RM walking around with us.
Yeah.
Just to
make
show,
sure.
like, we're keeping everything
nothing wrong with
completely
that.
right. Here he is. We should bring him into America. Like, he'd be a useful guy to have over the States.
See, I can hear his.
There we go. Scores are up. So he, actually, I'll switch it over so you guys can see
Balls
his
online,
score.
last shooter. We'll sort. No, we're not finished yet.
So that was stage 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. So he's shot that in his time of 26. He had a Delta,
Yeah,
couple of
Delta,
5 Charlies.
5 Charlies.
And if we look down here, we can actually see. Now you see they didn't have a. So I'm going to bet because they're waiting on tablet. This tablet's not synced.
Gotcha.
They're not perfect. They're still working on a lot of these things. But you'll see down here, they had a tablet issue on that. And Ariana is his daughter.
Yes,
She's a junior. Pretty good shooter. And you were asking about Mo. He's shooting production. Yeah, you're quite
production.
right. You can see it down there. It's got our different things. We're getting more and more sophisticated with the scoring, as I was mentioning to you earlier on.
That was fast. I mean, that's
pretty
good.
quick.
Yeah,
it's pretty quick.
That's about all you can ask for as
Yep.
as far as
Yep.
speed of getting scores out to everybody.
In the future, we actually spent about a month, I spent about a month working on this with the engineers that developed the timing systems we're using here, which are Special Pi. It's a company out of China. And they actually have a representative here at the match from there, Shirley. And I'm going to try and get her to come in. She doesn't speak English very well. But anyways, they have a way that we can actually put a tiny camera on stage, and it picks up the sound and it picks up the transmission, and it'll actually feed us a live time as the stage is running.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
And we actually played around with it, and we were able to do it, but not at a high enough quality to be able to broadcast it. It's pretty Mickey Mouse at that stage still. So that, if we update this, we should get the next person. That was Steve Wells that just shot. Also shooting a production gun, and we can look down here. It's probably not going to show his. Yeah, no sync, unfortunately. Yeah.
Oh, his time was good. Yeah, 20:31. So
Yeah,
six
he did a good run.
seconds faster than Mo.
6.8. So the highest hit factor on this stage is the 7.5
For
that
production.
you see, yeah,
For production. Oh, I'm sorry, for that squad.
we think.
Okay.
We think, yeah. This is stage 13 that you're looking at.
Retreat stage.
We'll show you guys what stage 13 looks like. Okay, if we can go to stats. So there's stage 13. You want to walk them through it?
Yeah, it looks like 12 rounds, so 6 paper targets, and chamber empty, so condition 2 start. Magazine inserted in the pistol's holster, but nothing in the chamber. So on the beep, you have to rack the slide and go to town. Looks like, yep, there's a partial, a stacker that you can move out on, and then a final guy.
All right, we can. So you saw in the graphic a second ago. It's very dusty here. I don't know if you brought a dust cover with you, but
I did.
I'm going to have to find something.
You can use a shower cap.
Yeah, nice little cute pink shower cap.
Yeah.
So this is a retreat stage, obviously. So they're going to make sure. That's one of the reasons they don't want cameras on stage, because they're worried about the cameras getting into the way. But we'll figure it out. Beautiful range. This is the frontier range. This is the walkway between zones 2 and 3 that you're looking at there now. They've paved. I don't think that paving.
I don't
was
think the
there last
pavers
year.
were there last year either.
They did a lot, and you can see the safety areas on the right-hand side. They built all these structures, which is really awesome. Having safety areas near to the stages it makes your life a lot easier.
And the pavers should keep the dust down too, where you're walking and setting your stuff down. So
Yep.
that's kudos to Nico and the guys for that.
Absolutely. We had Nico's son, Nico Jr. on
Okay.
on live stream earlier.
Yep, I remember meeting him last year. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Moved out, good.
So it was 1019, so we'll see it flash up here when they finish scoring. And you can see I'm also getting faster at figuring out which pages to go to.
And this was the guy who just shot?
This was the one that just shot beforehand,
Alessandro?
yes. We know that because we heard him call stage was 10-0-10-14, I think they called. So in a second, this will refresh. They're still scoring the stage, obviously. And you'll be able to see who that was and what his score is. If you're listening, if you're tuning in. No, I must have heard the wrong time.
No,
So
I heard that's a different guy.
Oh, it is. Yeah, because the guy that just shot, I think, shot at 10 second. All right, this
It looks like we're on stage 20
Joe,
now.
you said that's stage 20.
Swinger. Oh, okay.
Hammer down.
A lot of short courses.
I guess they could.
Range is clear. Time 1042.
15 of them over about half the match.
So that was Zumanov that just shot. Should have
Yes, his jersey said. His jersey started with a Z. I couldn't read it, but
yeah, that's the name there.
Did they consider that a low port?
Some of the girls were talking about the ports being too high for them. There's a couple of stages where they have to shoot over a barricade. So they're obviously going to have to figure out something to that. There we go. There's his score. If we can jump back to stats for a second, guys.
Yep, there we go.
So there we go.
Two Charlies.
His first shot was a 367. There his total time is down there. You look at this section down here. Splits. And by the way, this column here, this is actually something we talked about yesterday, and Bellino had it added.
Extra shots.
Extra shots, yeah.
Interesting.
So for you guys that like to take 3 shots at steel, we're going to be able to actually track
I don't think we like to. I think sometimes it just happens.
We're going to be able to point those out to you. You know, nothing like having data. You know, it's like, hey, you got extra 3 shots on that.
Nothing like having Eric here on the live stream and watching us shoot, and he's like, man.
You know what? The reason we want the extra shots, by the way, is actually for the next stage of our analysis of scoring, because we want to be able to calculate a point. So, like from the starting position to the first position that you shoot at, from that to the second position, so position B, C, D, etc. Right? Well, we want to analyze the distance and the time, so I could say, okay, well, Aaron shot that in 1.3 seconds, and Bill came in and shot that in 2.4. Now I can see where you've lost time in the stage. It'll be very useful for analytical, you know, for people that want to analyze a stage or for analytical purposes. Well, obviously, one of the things we want to know is how many extra shots there are. So
sure, of course.
we know if you fired extra shots in that, well, that's sucked up half a second per shot, etc. And of course, if you're shooting at a steel plate at 25 yards, it's more than half a second. It's probably a second.
Looked like he had a malfunction.
I think this is the same one we were looking at earlier on.
That should be stage 13.
13.
Is that correct?
I had printed out beautiful laminated sheets of all the stages, 30 of them.
Yep.
But I did that in the US and laminated them all, ready to be put up, and they're all wrong. Actually, I'm being yelled at by our production assistant over there because it wasn't me that did it. It was Sarah that actually did it. Sorry, Sarah. Hey, listen, this is a team effort.
How are they wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, they've changed different things and stuff like that. So the stages have changed. So this was like the second version, and we're like on version 4. So, of course, I'll be sure to be pointing out at something, and everyone's going to point out that that's wrong. You know?
Okay.
So it's all right. We've got 2 computers here. We'll track as much as we can through this, and that's it. Well, I think we're going to call it a day. It's 3 p.m. local time here, and my crew have got to get some rest. We're going to be doing this every day for the next few days, and then obviously main match we're going to run a little bit more. Welcome.
This was good. This was fun.
Yeah, fun.
First of many.
Yeah, first of many times.
I enjoy it.
We appreciate you guys out there. This is a team effort. This is for all of us, right? This is for you guys, for our friends, family, our fans around the world. I don't know what the statistics have been over the last couple of days, but I want to have a quick shout out. I'll put Emily on camera right now, but our Emily that runs our social media with her team of people is sitting right there with Sarah. Done an amazing job. If you guys see all these posts and all the pictures and stuff, that's Emily that's been putting that together with the rest of the crew. She's now here, so now we revert to somebody else in the States, because obviously this is an all-night, 24-hour thing. But we really appreciate the teamwork that's gone.
And I will say, if they've done such an amazing job, if you like any of this, like what you're seeing, think somebody else would like it, please share that. It gets to many people via social media, and we'll be able to get it out there and make Action Streaming Live, something big.
Awesome. All right, thanks, y'all. We're going to be back tomorrow, 10 o'clock local time, which is 1 a.m. in Pacific and 4 a.m. Eastern.
Yep.
And, of course, on all the social medias. Look forward to seeing you guys.
Yep.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, of course.